All right. We'll muck about here before we start proper to give time for some people to show up. How's our part going? 2 downloads. What do we have for fence? I was thinking about our Hypsilophodon pen. How is this a wetland? Oh, because it's like wood. Interesting. We'll install a few of these maybe to try out. Don't know how this is supposed to be the fence for the trikes in JP1. I know what fence they're talking about. I would never think it looks like that. It looks like your standard, like, cow fence. Basic wired fence. It's an interesting one. There's a lot of... Oh, because it's searching wetlands and fence. Fair. Ooh, fence terrain connector? Oh, that's pretty sick. We're grabbing that. Oh, we got one with like plants on it too. I like these. These are good. Small wooden viewing fence. I wonder how functional these little fences are. That's a fun one. Let's grab this one maybe too. All right, Hypsilophodon encounters going over here. Also could think about some of our other exhibits. for after that. We've got a nice lake here. This could be a good Spinosaurus exhibit area. So that we could do like another herbivore area over here maybe. Or something. Or start expanding out and around this like mountain and hole in the ground here. So I'm thinking maybe I just flatten this hill out. Or maybe I keep the elevation? Yeah, maybe. This level here is kind of all flat already. I could run, like, open up an area here to, like, fence up, maybe? Oh, there's kind of a set perimeter. Oops. Weird. Alright. Do we have our attraction ready? No. Oh, this is not shit. This is the yeah, this is the uploaded version. Okay. Oops. I should have noticed the lack of dinosaurs. Well, it was still a functional test of the idea of the Hypsilophodon enclosure, I suppose. All right. Bigger than I was thinking. But we barely use this item, so it makes sense. have an idea of how I want to do the fence, but I don't know if I can make it work. Or do we want to just try and use the decorative fence I just installed? Let's take a look at this. So these end up being like a single little like segment. That's how these work. These might be a little too tedious. Like placing every individual segment. Like this could maybe work. Because you just kind of line them up. I don't think I'm going to use these. I guess I can do this. I'm trying to think of ways to get this to go in the way I need it to. This does technically work. Or I can move it over enough to get it completely in. Let's do that. So about there. Hey, Rugops, how's it going? Six 625, 625, 624. Should be good. Yep, this is the Hypsilophodon pen already that's being worked on. I guess, yeah, I'll just run it back like that. Then we'll move this. Could just run it straight across. Hey, Ali, how's it going? Do I think we'll have anything with Hypsilova done? Oh, like cohabbing? Uh, not sure. That works. I'm gonna flatten out maybe the... Actually, let's take off all the veg. Okay. And then we'll flatten like a little bit here. I could leave the hill on this side. I want the elevation. Maybe just smooth it out, make it a little more of a gentler slope at least. And we'll leave the cliff edge here, the way it is. All right. Might have a guaranteed synth. I put this here, it does kind of disrupt the curve I put in there, but probably fine. Or I could put it in over here if I flatten more. I think I am going to leave the hill, though. I guess we'll just put it here. Still no power, huh? Medium amenities. Should do power next, maybe. I might decorate it more when we actually get the animals in there. Leave it alone for now. I could put some bog in here a little bit. Doesn't really... Do I have to do specifically... Yeah, if I want rocks, I gotta do some woodland on the edge. All right. Well, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we need to expand this more. What we need to do here exactly. Do we have the Hypsies like ready to go? No. We had them figured out, but we didn't synth any yet. Do I think Hypsies can tread shallow water? Not sure. Well, wide path's good. Should probably knock this out right away, too. Welcome back to our Marais Wetlands Park build. We did medium amenities, now we have wide path. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this immediately. Because we will want that. We have our Hypsilophodon enclosure started. Over here where we had kind of a forested hill. Turning that into a little exhibit for some Hypsies. Oh yeah, and this is powered through the fence, so I don't even need a generator over here. We need to do power, get that set up too. For a more persistent thing, but that can wait a little bit maybe. We did have a storm warning, huh? I think I remember that now from the end of last video. Where are my shelters? That's medical, that's a shelter. Maintenance team's dispatched. 50 seconds on that. Alright, the Hell Creek expedition, this was Pachycephalosaurus, right? We still have more left. Can we do a synth batch now? Yeah, the name should be French, but this is relying entirely upon me naming it last week by using Google Translate, so, you know, don't put much stock in the name actually making sense. So I assume we picked out... No, these are the defaults. So we got mangrove and that, and mangrove, and I don't have a pattern. I feel like... Was I doing the same patterns for everything? Was that how I was doing this park? I don't remember now. Yeah, we were doing matching. Okay. So yeah, that's what we want. You could consider lifespan at this point, maybe. I feel like it doesn't matter. Because, breeding is so lucrative. Who cares? Oops. Oh, and I guess I had a photo thing, too. Well, somebody will get over there at some point. Okay, wide paths, so now we can upgrade the path and network. We're on the sand path. Medium tier. Brush replace. Big, thick. The sand path looks a little weird. Why does it click? I guess it always clicks. Sand path, I was going to say, looks a little weird with the wetlands environment around it, but there's not like a mud path or anything, so we'll go with this. This is still the most natural looking path, I think. Alright, we'll do the amenities maybe after we get the Hypsies out. 2 eggs. Desired pop is 4, so we need to do a second round. Let's just do the second batch immediately. And then, let's see what else. Power. Which is where? Here. Wait. Oh, yes. I just haven't done it. Okay, so we got 6 with a synth. I'll have to put a point into you and then wait for the other one to be done. I suppose that's fine. Actually, yeah, let's get these going. Why is it... There we go. um, 2 tolerance. I think we can keep these females. Look for a male in the second clutch. Might only be able to beat these once. Yeah, maybe. If it comes down to it, I can expand or something.
Ladies and gentlemen.
This one couldn't be clicked on. Cool. Oh, I think the babies just came out. Okay, we missed the juveniles hatching in the storm there, but there they are. Looks like the storm is over too. Mobile vets on their way to deal with this. Oh, were the Hermanos, did they just hatch too? They might have just hatched. Alright. Monorail available. Injuries. What do we got? We got surface wounds and undiagnosed still. Double them back. That's concussed.
Okay, that's the one.
Alright. That's our contract. Okay, Hypsilophodon batch number 2. Vive legs 1. Are you kidding me? I cannot win. And it's a complete blank slate. Let's just take a female here. We're going to release these 2 and then probably just sedate them until the other ones are, like, ready. So we can clear the hatchery spot. And then we did power. No, we didn't do power because we're waiting for that to be done. Ooh, yeah, that changes the math on that too, because if I'm counting on this person for the logistics and I can't do the synth right away, I could do the synth first, because the synth is quicker. Let's do that. Alright. No, we've been doing set patterns for everything, because it makes the cosmetics on the juveniles interesting to see how much they change. So, like, we didn't check the Ornitho cosmetics either. Yukon Papu, coming off of Salar. Oh, no, that's Salar Calcarana. Yukon Papu is the adult. So, completely different cosmetic set. And this one's a dupe. So, that's what happened with the Admonosaurs. I remember this. We had only one that was explicitly different, and the other one was exactly the same. So, there doesn't seem to be, like, I don't know if it's like, maybe the game is rolling for like a chance to change the cosmetics. And then if it does, you know, roll it, it changes them. Because it's kind of weird that in both cases it was like completely different. It wasn't like just the pattern was randomized or the base color was randomized. They both changed in both cases.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Alright, there's number 3. Maybe we don't have to sedate them with 3. They might be fine. Do the synth.
This beautiful animal, the Hypsilophodon, was found in quite the fossil hotspot on the Isle of Wight. It's often been called the deer of the Mesozoic, but this scientist thinks we should be thinking of deer as the Hypsilophodons of the modern
I could
day.
do... Okay, Tempeschia is triple ground leaf. So I can do Tempeschia if I wanted to, say, you know, have more bigger trees in here, like up on the hill, instead of all swamp all the time. Yeah, they already got a lot of wetlands, so... Or yeah, I should be doing cypress. For the fog, of course. Something like that. We'll see how that looks when they're all in here.
Ladies and
Okay, we all need to remain calm. Stay cool, as it were. It's the animals that are stressed, not us. We relax. Or at least we will be when you handle the on-edge dino.
Okay, that's done. So now we have power. Okay, 3 more. So I guess I'll take... Docile does not matter, so I guess I'll take the tolerant one. Well, if they get other genes, then I would not, theoretically not want them tolerant. Again, I have no idea if it actually matters what genes the parents have, but just in case it does matter, we'll make this one the male. Although I guess like the only way social or something's gonna matter is if they're, well, the alphas don't matter, so who cares? It just doesn't matter, period. Alright, do we have... Oh yeah, let's get this guy moving. Sure. Do we have a small power with a swamp design? No. Yes. No. Tex-Mex and DIN. Okay. Wetlands. Nothing. Okay, I might have to go digging. Unless the one of the ones I picked for a reason? Don't think so. Yeah, we'll see what the babies end up being like. Okay. How many do we have? We have only 9 pages anyway. Concrete could work? Maybe? A wind turbine. Overgrown small power station. Very jungle coated. Geothermal. Rebirth style? I see. Interesting. Yeah, there's a few of the genes that are still very underwhelming. Eco-futurist farm. Evil small power plant. Why is it evil? I don't understand. Hunter's camp small power. Okay, let's sort these. Let's go through the high-rated ones, even though I feel like there's not enough people rating things for it to matter, but, you know, maybe. This could fit the vibe. Powered by the souls of other dinosaurs. It could be. This is pretty sick. Maintenance shed small power plant. I'm going to install this blueprint, not for this park, but just to have this. This is shockingly good looking. This looks surprisingly accurate. At least at a glance. This is just the solar farm from Fallout New Vegas. Helios 1. Solar panels arranged around a central tower like that in a fenced-in compound. Very Helios 1. I feel like the boxes are going to be very good for speed runs. You mean like the boxes for modular building that actually do the thing? The smallest possible footprint for any given building. Arrakis. Waterworks plant. That could work. Hydro kind of fits the swamp vibe. Maybe it looks a little too nice though. Let's take a closer look at it. This one's got a little bit of like overgrowth. It's maybe a little too nice, a little too efficient. Make an orbital laser to smite them copies, yeah. Okay, so there's like a pipe. I like the pipe going down. Can we use that in some way? Nah, this fits the vibe. This is our power. Ooh. Yeah, maybe if we put it here. I don't know if I get the path through in between those two. Maybe I can. Or we could have it over here. I can't tell if that pipe is under the ground there. Even if the pipe is like under the ground for most of it, having it come over the edge of the cliff could work really well visually. Okay, so we can fit a path through here. Why are these here, but these are here? Are these here specifically because I just favorited them? Weird that they're in different spots. Hey, Promo Gamer. You posted a copy card on the Discord? Okay. Yeah, I could check that out. Ah, that pipe is pretty high off the ground there, though. Maybe I don't put it here. Maybe I do put it over here. Then we don't have to modify the terrain as much. Oh, damn it. I didn't have the thing set to not move the terrain. Why would that have reset? That should have been set to not make a slope. Strange. Try not to undercut the building so much. Oh, the fucking car is there. I think that's part of why it was being weird. Because it responds very strange when the vehicles are nearby.
Asset has been delivered.
Okay. This tree is a little weird currently too. Anything crazy happened to the park since the last stream? No, we're just got started here pretty much. Did some shopping for some more whatchamacallits. Custom designs, because we need the small power station. Oops. Let's do one of these. Clear this out. All right. Yeah, let's pop over Discord real quick. That's pretty nice. The compies. I like the little antlers. Very fancy. Do we have a swamp substation? This is the... Yeah, this is this. Okay. So, yeah, these random power things are all clustered together, which is kind of annoying. That's actually really bad UI, because you can't... It's hard to tell inherently what these are. If they're not labeled properly. Wetlands generator. Okay, so also all the power shit is just lumped together anyway. Like, what is... I don't even know which building this is. Nothing here tells me what this is. I don't know if this is backup power. Or if it's a connection point. Maybe it is just a connection point. It looks like it's a backup generator. Because that's the same size circle. The power stations should be smaller. Wait, hold on. There was the bottom part changed. This changed. In theme 3-in-1 maintenance. This is tagged substation small. So maybe this... Okay, it was not... This tag wasn't correct before. Somehow it was giving me all power things. So we do have a wetland substation. I legitimately have no idea why this wasn't searching correctly last time we did this, and now it is, because that's crazy. It shouldn't have been complicated to do that. Some sort of strange thing with the UI. Alright, doesn't actually feel very wetlandsy. Like at all. What part of this is wetlands? Conceptually. Well, I mean, it's good enough. I'm not gonna bother, like, making my own or something. So that one covers those. Let's probably just get one right in the middle here. Okay, so we need power there. This part, of course, we already knew was unpowered. Yeah, so one here, like, on this ledge. Kind of there. Alright, that powers most of the grid, maybe. Power usage 0, 0, 1. That one we know is 0. Yeah, then the spot near them is... Oh, even the line underneath them deletes the swamp. That's so annoying! Why do power lines delete swamp? That makes no sense. Great. Oops. Okay. And then we got this treatment. I guess they're not there yet? Yeah, still flagged for airlift. Oh yeah, I already queued up putting the people on the task too. Then we got the faster incubation person, and that one's already hatched. So they're probably just going to hang out.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Now, I am curious to try and run this Hypsilophodon exhibit with just the feeding thing, the dinosaur encounter, that's what they call it, just to see if the one animal that eats from it maintains visibility long enough for at least more than one animal to be counted as seen, right? If literally this is used so infrequently that only like a single animal will actually be flagged, it's going to further highlight how like worthless this exhibit is. So yeah, this is our power plant, a hydro-themed one. I liked the pipe coming down, so I thought, you know, not perfect vibe for the swamp, but there was no wetlands power building, so I thought this at least fit the vibe with being, you know, water. Power lines, for some reason, delete the terrain put beneath them and turn it to the base dirt texture. So when you put in power lines on this sort of map, you have to go back through and redo the ground underneath the power lines. Very obnoxious. This is the power station I've selected, which is listed as a wetlands power station, but doesn't really have a particularly wetlands vibe, but it's good enough, we'll go for it.
Transit has commenced.
And yeah, that's the current situation.
Asset has been transported.
Hypsilophodons are going to be good to go here. What class do I think Hypsilophodon is for an attraction? Good question. Let's look at this. Local dinosaur appeal 63. Hypsilophodon is 27, so that is 225% presumably, which means they are considered a small animal for a small herbivore for the dinosaur encounter, right? Based on the spreadsheet, if I remember my numbers correctly. They're not inadvertently considered like a medium or something weird, I think. Alright, undiagnosed ailment. The second they actually are happy, which is great. Just very cool. Oh yeah, I need to get a ranger station. We'll put it outside here, so it doesn't take up space in the enclosure. Which, yes, has deleted the ground texture beneath it. Awesome. Very cool. Very, not annoying at all that I have to go back in here every time I want to turn the ground back to swamp. No, that's fine. And then maintenance, which also will delete, presumably, the ground texture beneath it. Okay, maintenance is actually super,
Asset transportation complete.
super falling behind here. I guess not that bad. Yeah, I need, we'll put this one, like, way over here, maybe. And then we can have one, maybe, like, there. Like, put it right next to this mountain. Alright.
Confirming task. It's on the to-do list. Requesting.
And then, yes, they do, in fact, delete the wetland texture underneath them, which is certainly a thing. Okay. Oh, yeah, we didn't have the numbers for the encounter. True, I didn't actually do that. Well, 225 is the largest bonus we've ever seen for an attraction. So I think it's safe to say that, like, that's going to be what it is here. 2 visible currently. Interesting. Okay, 1 expiring and the new one that went in. You can have more than 1 visible at a time, but I'm going to maybe keep an eye on this. Leave this alone. We'll come back and look at it in like 5 minutes and see if it's any better. Did the mobile vet yeah, they looked at the thing and then they left. Very cool. Oh, we don't have this one. Fair, fair, true, accurate. That's on me. I need the whole squad almost for this. Yep. Okay. And then let's get a nest in here. Small nest. Would have been a safe bet, but you never know. Wetlands petting barn? Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is just the base exhibit. But this has a... I didn't really look at this, like, ring behind it here. Oh, yeah, it's got, like, its own limited enclosure. This is not viable anyway. But, yeah, I didn't even think of looking for a wetlands version of this. I could still try to use this and just delete the fence part. It's a little bit of a problem now that everything is already in here. It's fundamentally like the same outline. Interesting. Well, anyway, maybe I'll try and switch that out. Why does that show up here? That's my other question. A little purple nest? These must be random ones. Alright, do we have a good small arch? What? These are just every nest that's like tagged with wetlands, I guess. These are not... Why is this bringing up the most random shit? I think this just doesn't properly limit itself sometimes. I feel like. What? Okay, and then I clicked something and then it like changed. So I think there was some UI glitch there. I don't know. Sure, we can use this nest with a tree. Why not? Okay, and that is... Okay, yeah, they're not like a communal nest. Why does that leak out? Why is the territory outside of the pen? What the hell? What? Was the gate momentarily unpowered? Looks for all the world like there's a gap they can escape out, but there is no gap. Well, that's very strange. Weird. It looks like it's leaking through there. Like through this gap somehow? I mean, if the visitors don't care, I guess I don't care.
Asset delivered.
All right, I might try and get that building switched out if I can. Okay. Let's see. Let's take this blueprint this one. We go edit. What the hell? Why did that not let me demolish that? Why does it just say edit group when I hover it? The fuck? Okay. But I can delete that. Why can't I delete this? Is it because it's a different part of the structure? Oh, I see why. It is. Well, that's awkward. Why does this not let me just flat out demolish everything? Why does none of this highlight? Is it because I already have... What? Oh, wait. These are... Why can I delete... I don't understand any of this shit. Okay. How do I select all of this now? Also, what is this guy? Why? 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't care. This is for me. This is somebody else's shit. Yeah, that's just part of the building? That's what I was worried about. Fuck me. Limit reached. Oh, that because it's the science center. Fair. Delete this shit. How the fuck? How do I fucking add shit? Why does this only highlight the one section of the building ever? I don't fucking understand this shit. Is it because the building is the one piece, the other stuff is decorative? But if that's the case, then how the fuck do you... What the fuck? $350 selected objects. But it only moves this piece. What the fuck? That's the foundation. Hey Dustin, welcome to the stream. I'm currently losing my mind trying to figure out why the fuck this shit, how the fuck this shit's supposed to work with yeah, that's the bottom part. How do I add the whole fucking thing? That still only grabs the bottom. What the fuck? Is this just bugged? Like... I don't... Like, why does clicking and dragging, like, not highlight everything? That seems like it fundamentally ought to do that. Is it because I'm paused still? And, like, shit's still being placed or something? That's highlighting only that. None of these buttons fucking do anything. What the fuck does add to selection mean if it doesn't actually do anything? That's highlighting that roof section. How the fuck do I highlight any of the rest of this? How do these... This is so obtuse! Fuck me, dude. Why is this just so shit? What if I... Trying to see how much space I need here. I might be able to get that in there. As it currently is, kind of. Fuck, I can't tell where that was, though. I guess we want to leave that for an alignment. Can I turn off collision at all for this? Ah. won't let me put it on the fence piece. That is the only thing blocking it. Okay, so we do bring these back. And then we do maybe this. And then maybe I can connect it or align it with those pieces of fence that do exist. I mean, essentially.
Lady.
That was immensely frustrating, but we're good now. Did I delete too much on that one side? Kinda, maybe. Maybe not. No, I guess that's fine. Alright, how you guys doing? You're good. All right. All right. That was a fucking headache and a half. I don't know why this shit didn't work properly. Maybe this blueprint is... Is there not a way to batch delete shit? Like, what the fuck? Why do I have to delete every individual component? Bulk demolish. Yeah, there we go. Why is that? Maybe that blueprint is just configured in a weird way. Because I feel like it wasn't... Well, I guess I didn't really try to highlight a bunch of other shit. I don't know, man. Alright, everybody should be back from their jobs. All right, let's go do a quick run for the rest of the Pachycephalosaurus DNA. I have upgraded the petting zoo to the wetlands dino petting barn. This did take a little while, and it was very frustrating trying to modify this to be able to put a pen off the back of it instead of it just being the little loop it had connected to it by default. I don't know why it was so awkward to try and like turn this into a new blueprint, which I was not able to do, by the way, because it just highlights the individual buildings. Like, I fundamentally don't understand how I'm supposed to actually do this. I don't know if it's because it's like uploaded as separate components, because this is a proper group of like 348 objects. So how do I like merge groups? That's fundamentally the problem here that I don't understand, is I don't understand how to like combine these. Like, obviously you can, because otherwise how would you flag this for upload? I don't know, man. Shit's weird. I can't figure out any of that crap. Construct a balloon, 14 herbivore population. This is a lot of money. We can probably take this and just sit on it. It'll probably do it itself. Gain $1 million. I don't really need the money. I don't really care. Maybe it's just me, but it seems like the controls for like some of the modular building are set up to be the most like obtuse thing possible. Looks like we got one more sick animal to deal with. Get that. All right. They have really good environmental needs here. We can have like 20 of these guys in here, I think, at this rate. Oh, we got another one down there. Not that we're going to put like 20 of them in there, of course. All right, so we should probably start thinking about our next animal. We could keep working on the Hell Creek exhibit. Maybe that's not a bad idea. We do like Triceratops next, which I think was wetland. Let me check my sheet. Look at my notes. Yes. Nine logistics. What about staff upgrades, maybe? Yeah, do that. And then we could also maybe consider like some upgrades here. Yeah, tier 1, the core upgrades. We can do JP Trike. I mean, I am going to do JP Trike. Which means that we won't be breeding trikes. And I'm okay with that. I would rather only have JP trikes and not breed them, given the option. Yeah. So core upgrades would be good to do. We need some other attractions, but I think those can wait. And then this is 9. So yeah, the staff upgrades get us the hatchery upgrades probably. So let's focus on getting those going. Crypto inoculation, that wouldn't be too bad to do. Movement in a nest. That didn't give me much time to like see that, but there we go.
Lady. Our hard work in the background means that the dinosaurs get to be center stage.
That's a lot of little babies scattered around.
Right there.
Okay, this gives us a good sample size of juveniles. I'm curious. Yukon Papu. So yeah, so we got Yukon Papu base, right? So Yukon Papu. I hate that I have to scroll down. Yukon Calco. Papu. So there is like a bias towards... I think we could pretty safely say there's a bias towards the parent cosmetics. And it can change one of the two. Because we did see the other Calco baby. So it's not simply like... It's not making a dice roll to like change everything. And it's definitely biased. That's probably good. Like that, if you want a herd that feels like they actually are genetically similar, it's good that it seems to work that way. Oh my god. Don't go home yet. You got another guy to deal with. We're almost done. Okay. Let's do core upgrades. And then we can put some like cost reducers in that we probably should have had in already. I mean, we don't need cost reducers. We already have $1 trillion. This is the last package. Cephalosaurus fossil. We'll process that too. I wish these textures blended better.
It's a fine line in this business between a well-functioning facility and mayhem. Good infrastructure keeps us on the right side of that line.
How is there a broken fence? What the fuck? How did that break? Like spontaneously. That felt like the fact that I was doing environmental stuff broke the fence. This is very weird. Something's very strange with this part of the park. Oh yeah, I probably should check the these connections. Maybe we try and find a compromise here. I think I just do this. Why does that always look like that? Why does that one look like that? What the fuck? Why is this like this? But here it's not. Here it's like merged into one smooth section. Is it not connected? No, it is, right? Why does it look different? Because this is the same kind of junction, but this one changes to the pillars, and this one doesn't. I guess because this is slightly longer, and it just happens to be the length that is enough to trigger the difference. Weird. Weird and bad and gross looking. Well, whatever. I could try deleting it and rebuilding it. Okay. I kind of hate that this other side now is like not matching. The never-ending quest for perfection. There, much better. Sorry. Why are you also still sick? Fuck me. Get in there. Okay, upgrades. Storm, I'm not gonna bother. All right, let's get some infrastructure upgrades in. Construction or admin. Honestly, motivation. I'm just gonna do construction. Whatever. Money doesn't matter, really. But, and then this is behind one more animal, so I think we'll hold out for that at this point, the improved yield. So we want to upgrade that. Then we got medical. This can be, yeah, dart accuracy I like. Response facility gets scanners because it does take a weirdly long time for them to scan. And then staff center. What are we rocking here? We got 2 specialists. I'll do, well, not really worth the effort. 15 logistics for that unlock. Yeah. Specialist facility is kind of nerfed, huh?
Personnel, please stand by for a vehicle return.
And then yeah, we should look at the medium amenities here maybe too. So I might have to find some medium, some swamp amenities. Yeah. All right. Well, let me do some shopping. Primordial Swamp Cafe? What in the fuck? I think this is not tagged correctly again. Amenity medium food. Okay. That's pretty good. He's only got the one building. Can I just duplicate this? Because these don't... Yeah, you can't change these anymore. If I do... let's take the food one. Whoops. I put this here. How do I get to the control module for this building? It's like inside. I thought maybe move the door. Is this even worth the fucking effort? Okay, one question. Okay, this properly does highlight when I click and drag. It was that other building that was the problem. Weird. This one is configured correctly to actually get highlighted. Strange. Is there any easy way to just switch this to being like fucking food or something? I don't think there is. Wait, this is just an amenity medium object. Shouldn't you be able to change this? It doesn't say that it's specifically like a restaurant. Am I not allowed to replace that because it's part of the interior? Like, I can't just swap this out? You'd have to... That doesn't make any fucking sense. Do you have to rebuild this for each amenity type? That's crazy. Because it's just an amenity medium object. Oh, there's a shortcut to change amenity type. Fuck me. It's just not on the UI in this game. It's specifically a shortcut down below. This one I messed up, so let's just kill this. Why is it removed? Why not just have it as an extra button in the UI where it was in two? Like, why remove it altogether from the UI and make it only a hotkey? That's just weird. Let's put this in the video. I also find this annoying and awkward, but like I have this medium food amenity, right? This custom wetlands one. This can of course be used for any amenity. But to do that specifically, since it doesn't have a blueprint equivalent for the other amenity types, you actually have to use this little hotkey down here. They don't have the, in JWE2, you would go to the bottom of the list here or whatever on change product and change type. But that's been removed and it's been changed by a hotkey, which is fine, I guess, but like, why change it between games? This is a thing that like annoys me in games, either series of games or games that update their UI. Once you've established a precedent for how something works. Wait, why does that reset to... Wait, what? How do I make this shopping? Hold the fucking phone. Wait, you have to hit the shortcut twice to cycle between the different subtypes of amenities. There's no pick the one to change to. The hotkey just cycles to the next one. Why? Why do it that way? That's so shit. It doesn't matter. But it is shit. Well, anyway, wait, is there no white... There's not a white-orange on this, huh? I didn't realize these actually were distinct still in any way. Strange. Because, of course, in JWE2, you had the different upgrades for each of the different amenity types. Here, it appears to only really be the... Wait, what was this? Oh, yeah, that was me playing with other amenities, yes. In this game, it only appears to be the... Sorry, words. like the main thing. I couldn't think of the word to use for that. Like the primary stuff. Income tax only now just kicking in. Seriously? I have $6 million and you're only just now doing income tax? Unmet needs. Why? You've lost pasture. Because you don't have this anymore. Okay. Well, we'll keep some over here, I guess. Another disgusting patch of fucking AstroTurf. Looks completely out of place. Yeah, I don't know. I like the a lot of the environmental design stuff in this game, but like something about the texture blending really does not work. Like trying to like combine all the different environmental needs into an exhibit without having a bunch of extra space to like kind of leave gaps between them, like doing this kind of like dense environment, you wind up with all these like very noticeable transitions between the different types of terrain you're putting in, and it looks really weird. I feel like the edges need to like feather more on by default because it just doesn't quite work. It looks nice when like you have, you know, the same kind of things. It's really the grass texture. It's really fundamentally just the grass, including like the grass underneath the paleo veg. So there's like no way to get away from it. Well, anyway, where are we at? On we did upgrades. We got upgrades in, and I got distracted by doing amenities, and then that took 10 minutes to figure out. We need these. We need some upgrades. This is 9 genetics. I can put in 2 points here, and I think I will. That gets me my 9 on 2. Then we can do this. Do this before we get the pachycephalosaurs. Why did the scientists move in the UI too? Just like the fossil. Crazy. There's 3 UI elements. They shouldn't move against each other. What? Huh? Okay, so not only is the dinosaur encounter like objectively the worst like attraction, it counts as a feeder and can become diseased. Even though it's for herbivores? Can the dinosaur encounter not win a single thing? Like, it just keeps losing. Every angle of it is bad. Let's look at our dinosaur visibility here. Yeah, that's a bunch of red little icons. Not a single Hypsilophodon in view. I actually don't even know if this technically works. I can't even find the thing. I don't... No, it does show visibility. It does show... This should work. Medium many for food, sure. This should work because, there is properly a dinosaur encounter in there. Visible dinosaur 0. But we have to see if they can actually make it in. Alright, well, anyway, marketplace facility, no, thank you. I'm good. Alright, we'll check our eggs in a second. Hey, Biocraft, you missed a bunch of me raging at modular building. That's it. That's all you missed. Me losing my mind. Trying to figure out how basic UI elements work. But I think it was the fault of the blueprint I was using. So it's not quite JWE3's fault. It is, because merging building like groups of items seems to be annoying, but let's rest these scientists. Let's not do this yet. Because for whatever reason, the blueprint I was using was uploaded apparently in like 6 different groups. So that made it probably more obtuse than it needed to be, but also feel like it shouldn't have presented an obstacle fundamentally to the game. So I don't know what that's about. 4 eggs leaving in 2 minutes. All right. And the swamp nest. Cool. It was the issue I was having here. I'll show you. I'll show you right now. This building is set up where these pieces are different groups. How do I select multiple groups? Oh, it worked. I hold shift and it works. It literally the first thing I tried. So what I was doing before that was pissing me off is I was trying to edit the groups and I was trying to batch highlight the other things. But because they're separate groups, the batch highlight must only work within the group. This is what threw me. No, I figured it out now. Literally just needed to stop doing it, clear my head, and come back and figure it out in 2 seconds. Like, textbook. This actually happens a lot. Does it actually tell you on the screen that shift does anything, though? No. Like, next question, right? Why is that not listed amongst the hotkeys? Why list some hotkeys at the bottom of the screen, but not others? Why is shift not down here? I was trying to select all the different groups of things. Like, what happened is this was somebody's dino petting barn they uploaded, right? But it had this custom fence loop here that was attached to it, making a very small dinosaur enclosure, and I wanted to attach it to regular fence. So I was trying to delete the outer fence perimeter and then keep all this and make this a blueprint so that I could build it somewhere else in the park. And I ended up just giving up on that, building it where I wanted it to be, and then deleting the stuff and then fixing it afterwards. But yeah. No, whatever. It works now, so I'm not gonna dwell on that too much. What was I doing? Resting people, toggling a medium food. Which doesn't work in this game?
Ladies and gentlemen, please be advised.
Yeah, they fixed this. I forgot. I forgot that was nerfed. I actually agree with that nerf because it's too good being able to toggle the meta on and off for a contract like that. Okay, I might want to pick up a welfare person here. 132 is not bad. Sammy Jimenez. Jimenez? Maybe. We're gonna hire a welfare specialist just to kind of complete the trio. So we're hiring Samuel.
Personnel, please welcome your new park colleague. Ladies and gentlemen, our weather forecast has
No.
been updated.
How long on the nest? 1 minute. Well, we got a storm brewing, but that's fine. Why is this territory still glitching out of this? For some reason, is this a Hypsilophodon thing? Has anybody seen this before? Is there some weird quirk with Hypsilophodon that allows its territory to expand through a gate? Because this gate is 100% connected to the fence it's next to. And it's not open. And yet, the Hypsilophodon territory expands through it. Strange. Like, consistently. We could do a little science experiment. We could do this. Right? We connect to here. Alright, and then we do one of these. And we see what happens to the territory. A little science. See, it is in fact the gate. Okay. It's got to be something weird about, like, maybe the connecting corners. Life will find a way. Baby Hypsilophodons right in the storm. 4 of them. That one guy looked like he walked off from the side stage or something.
Panicking dinosaurs don't exactly encourage our guests to spend.
We better
That makes me panic.
deal with
Tend to
this.
that dinosaur like your paycheck depends on it.
Everything the light touches
The
is their
design
kingdom. Yeah,
definitely
that's probably it. Might have also messed up the biome underneath here. Let's fix that real quick. Yep. Every time. Alright. Maintenance team moving out. Some fence damage. Fence broken. Is it though? Is it though? Dinosaur threat. Well, it does appear to be potentially broken. Oh yeah, there's a gap. Yeah, I feel like you should get the part with the hole first, maybe. Yeah, classic JWE moment of them blocking the fence completion with their little bodies. Immediately making a run for it. Too few adults. I'm sad. Yeah, well, that's your fault. Yep, this is bugged again. This fence is damaged but not breached. Okay, well, this is a bad storm actually because there's a lot of stuff happening here. Requires power. That's just the gallery. So they took out my substation and my generator here, which is shockingly bad. Look at the damage! What the shit? That's a crazy amount of damage in the park. I might want to make maintenance actually specifically go... Oops, I didn't mean to take control. I might want to make them specifically go reboot this generator. First and foremost. I like how when I clicked on the second thing, it canceled my first thing without me actually doing anything. That was pretty cool. Oh, you're right here. Okay, I think we're like essentially secure. Just got a bunch of other things to deal with. Alright. Okay. Advanced equipment ready to go. The atmosphere is crazy right now. Like, the game atmosphere or like the weather outside in real life. That was an impressive storm in the sense that it actually made me need to care about what was happening in the park for a second. For just a split sec, for a tiniest window of time. You know, I had to actually do something to make the park not fail. Crypto. The problem with all these swamp buildings is I can never tell which building is which at a glance. Alright, we should be... Let's get this, and then let's go do trike digs. Strong, humble. Humble defensive. Maybe I'll do 2 males, one strong, one defensive, for shits and giggles. The weather in the game, yeah. It can be good. Do I want to speed it up? 26, that's actually a pretty big boost. Might as well. The sooner we get animals out, the sooner we make more money. I haven't actually done the research. True. Loki, Nasudo, Sinos, Styrac, Trike. Yes. Did they move before I touched them? I swear, they do move! Even when I don't touch them, they resort sometimes. That's weird. Triceratops might not fit. We'll see. We don't need that many trikes. So we could just throw in like a few. They got a very strong counter shading thing going on here. I didn't really realize that looking at the skin in the
We are
hatchery.
pleased to welcome our Pachycephalosaurus to the park.
We should be fine, I think, on Cohab. Cohab shouldn't really be an issue. Well, I did think these guys liked trike. Did they nerf Pachycephalosaurids in JWE3? Or am I just thinking about these guys liking ceratopsians because a ceratopsian plus an ankylosaurid plus a pachycephalosaurid is a pretty good trio? Maybe I am just misremembering. Because they don't like the hadrosaurids either. Well, we could do a little experiment. We could throw in one trike and see what happens. But it probably will be bad. We'll pay the handler. Pay off the handler. Okay, well, in that case, do I want to do Triceratops next? Maybe I don't care about trike in that case. We could start... We have enough money, we could consider doing the piscivores, maybe. I could grab, like, the welfare special, or the positive influence one here, I mean. Maybe. Or the altruistic. Since he costs so little. Let's do that. Let's grab you. Let's do the piscivores. Let's get started on that. Do I want to put all these people on this, or do I want to put one more point in somewhere? Let's do that. Let's do 1 point here. I think we'll do this. But then maybe we'll knock out a vaccine. I can do tuberculosis. Okay, sure. Yeah, I guess that's going to be the exhibit. I was thinking the Spinosaurus first. Also, has it been night the whole stream? Have we ever had daylight? Is it bugged? Because there is a day-night cycle bug in the game. It might be broken. Because I could maybe change it. I'm gonna go capture wood anyway, so that might actually change it. I'm just going nuts. That's fair. It was day before? Okay. Maybe it's because I'm losing my mind every time it's night specifically, and so I always think it's night. I like the little splash. It's actually properly in scale for once. Some fog in the background. Save that off as the thumbnail for the second episode here. Still a repair task flagged. But he's on the way. Yeah, it's a good shot, I think. All right. So, well, should we start with Irritator, or should we delay Irritator a little bit for reasons? Build up hype. We could do like Barry first. Well, I mean, this episode's close enough to done that we're not going to get the Irritator out this episode anyway, so I could start digging it up at least. Okay, why is everything breaking down? Oh, maybe this was still damage from the storm, actually, because this is fully broken. Hey, can you come back here and fix this pylon, sir? Oh, no, I've only done 4, so I can't upgrade this yet. Sure. Alright, any other research we should knock out? I could do crypto. The scientist moving is fucking my shit up. I guess we'll do that one. That's fine. The big thing for us using Barry is just to see how busted having all 3 Spinosaurids in the same enclosure is. Movement in the nest. We should check the cosmetics on these Hypsies.
Ladies and gentlemen, after an unexpected outage, power has now been restored across the site. Thank you for your...
So, we've got Mangrove Pilo. On everybody? Not a single deviant Hypsy? Wait, this is a Sonoran. We do have a deviant. One slightly different, lighter brown instead of the redder base color. Very close, similar though, so fits the vibe. Why is this always breaking down? This feels crazy to me. Hey, you know what would help with your environmental needs? If you went down the fucking hill where all the shit is. Go down there. This is what I get for releasing onto a hillside. 100% my fault. More digs. No, can't until research is done. Did I resize the window at some point? I think I did slightly. There's a little bit of a black line. Stills a little bit. There we go. Nope, nope, nope. Still not perfect. Dude, how much did I resize this shit? Alright, fixed it. Okay, let's look at go through the other upgrades here. Priest output we don't need yet. Oh, we do have this. Oh shit. I actually was wrong. We did actually get the yield unlocked right now. Oh, no, we just did this, I think, right? Because we got this probably from crossing like the threshold with Irritator specifically. I'm sure that's what it was. Yeah, it must have been 50% DNA. Because to have the, whatever the unlock condition was exactly. We could wait. I think we do wait. Okay, in that case, I could also wait for yield, but I don't think it's going to matter that much. Let's just go out in the field, do this. Resting up you. Leaving me with some welfare. I might as well knock out Salmonella. No, it's 4 and 9. Never mind. Funny joke. Large amenities. Well, I should get main thoroughfare. Pretty pricey though, 16. But also, the economy is a myth, so I could just try for another logistics specialist. Okay. Sure. And she comes with 2 points. So that's 16 on 2. I could just leave it, I think. Alright, why don't we wrap this episode up here? The next time we can get started on the Spinosaurus enclosure. Oh no, what? Bracken poisoning. Yes, right, I remember this. Alright, so the Spino Lake, I think is going to be this. We got a good lake started here already. Awkwardly, like right next to some ravines that feel like... Okay. What if we did can we do water here and make a waterfall? That way we keep what we have for like the ravine, but then it feels, or the ravine and the cliff by the beach, but then it feels more real. Now, if I do, can I do, no, that just kind of, not being able to merge it kind of makes it nothing, you know? We can headcanon that this is like a drainage way that's dried up. But over here in this pit, we can fill this with water. Conceptually, I don't know how this works, but it's kind of fun. I like the ravines too. I think they're neat. I just needed some way for this like waterway here to make any sense. Okay, so this is our big Spino enclosure. So how do we link this up to the park proper? What would be optimal viewing gallery? Amphitheater or gyrosphere viewing gallery? No, that can't be right. The log? I don't know what this is supposed to be. Oh, viewing tower, I think. Yeah, that's viewing tower. I could do a gyrosphere around the lake. Where am I going to put in a boat tour? Probably the Deinonychus will be the boat tour. Because the boat tours are herbivores. Domes are really bad for carnivores, or for non-small carnivores. I mean, a log is probably still okay, but... I want the amphitheater for the Spino. I might do the gyrosphere here. Yeah, in terms of potential, you're not wrong, but I also I deliberately kind of wanted to min-max the attraction appeal bonuses. So if I do that, I do need to kind of like play with that. So I gotta think about what I want to do with the border here too. So I could start the entrance like here, between these two cliffs, then have the fence wrap around. Or I could use the existing cliffs here to keep them contained. Maybe I do that. Let's play with that. Let's do... I mean, this is probably steep enough they don't walk over the edge, right? I bet you it's fine. Okay. Why don't we, yeah, let's push this back the whole length. So that it's like kind of a consistent cliff. And then here... Or I make this whole, let's make this whole upper level a cliff behind the Hype C enclosure. Kind of just like that. Okay. All right, and then we put in a decorative fence thing. So let's find this. This is presumably a scenery blueprint. Yes, this. Should I... What's the best way to do this? Hard to tell the alignment exactly. So the pylon does stick out the top. So I guess I want to merge it with the side like that, probably, for the best style. I mean, I like it. I like it better than, like, ugly random rock. I think this is a cool decoration. This little structure that this person made. Even if the doorway is inside the cliff. I could change that. Maybe I don't like the doorway being obscured. I can put that little bit of the fence that clips out like right there behind those. It doesn't look like horribly out of place. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's get the gyrosphere in here. Which I need to research, don't I? Let's start an episode. Welcome back to Marais. We need tours for our Spinosaurid enclosure for Berry Suco Irritator. It's going to be this lake here that the map spawned with. We're going to put in a gyrosphere tour looping around the lake, and then it's going to connect to the park through this section here, maybe putting in another ramp coming down here from like up here. I think that works. And then, yeah, I went ahead and put a little waterfall here, and I filled this little canyon we had with water. That way it feels more natural that this like marshy lake up here is actually draining into this canyon. Because otherwise they were like right next to each other and it felt really weird. They were literally pushed right to each other. So yeah, we're going to run the gyrosphere in and around, and then it'll come back over here somewhere. We'll have to put another fence somewhere, but we'll figure that out. I'll probably put like a fence through here, loop it around like this. Then we can use the perimeter of the beach here as another block. I also want to highlight this decoration here. This is the little fence connector you can find online in the workshop. Let's see, what is it specifically called here? It's better to go to scenery. Nope, scenery. Blueprints. This is the Fence Terrain Connector Dilapidated Edition. I think it's got a nice vibe to this, even though the fence does clip through the top a little bit. Still, like, aesthetically pretty cool. Better than putting a rock down every time. That looks kind of weird. Like, that actually feels like you're deliberately doing something. Now, yeah, we better get the gyro in first before we put anything else there. So let me wait for the tours to finish. If you were curious about the Hypesies using the modded dinosaur encounter, they can. It's just hard to see them in there. Also, 2 babies in there right now. So that's interesting. Maybe that's part of the meta for this attraction, if there is any meta for it. The only thing to make it even slightly work is to rely on babies following the adults in as they follow them around. Ultimately, like, this is still very bad as a thing in the game, because even with the babies following people in there, well, dinosaurs in there, we've got, what, 4 in view? Maybe 6 if these 2 count. Terrible. Still very bad. 12 species? I mean, we need 12 specifically for star rating, but economy needs 30. For no penalty to appeal. So we're just going to kind of see where we get without focusing on it, because I'm curious if we end up being closer to 30 or closer to 12 in the end, especially with like animal breeding and stuff. Gyrosphere. Nothing for wetlands. Let's look for options on the workshop. Raptor encounter? The terrible gyrosphere. A lot of Asian themed ones. Jurassic Park themed. A woodland one would work. Potentially. Gyrosphere. Dark gyrosphere. There's like, why are there cactuses on it? Because the screenshot's taken on a desert biome and it's reactive, maybe? Does not really feel woodlandy. WPCI? What the fuck is that? Check that Alpine one in a second. Look at the meat. What the shit? Is that like meat feeder meat? What is that? This works. Because it's got the vines on it. It's a little nicer maybe than everything else, but that's okay. Yeah, I think we just got to put the gate on the other side somewhere. Do we? How do we actually make this function? Can we put a bridge across the ravine? Because you can do bridges for tours. Presumably you could do a bridge. I've never done one of the bridges. Yeah, because with the waterfall there, I would need to be swing like back around this way. Opinions on clankers. Depends what you mean. AI bad. Terminator's good. Why is that ramping? I think it's just flattening. Question is, that is going to be too... I could like adjust that maybe to get the mono or the gyrosphere through both ways. Maybe I do that. What about Star Wars droids? I am an HK-47 enjoyer. So it depends on the droid, maybe? If it complains about meat bags, I kind of am on board with that. Okay, next question is, where do I cut off the rest of this? We could make this plateau a blockage, maybe? Okay, was able to squeeze in. Okay, we got this like section back here. I think we use this cliff here as part of this exhibit. Then it kind of goes up. I'm thinking we just have a section across like that, maybe. Maybe we just connect the fence to, like, at the top of this little hill. Maybe that's just as good a spot as any to connect it through. So let's do this. Let's do... Yeah, I guess I'll flatten to this level. And then like another section over here, maybe? On the back side of this? Do the maintained version here, maybe, on this one. Just to mix it up a little bit. Okay. So that's that. This needs some power. I think I'm just gonna slap in a backup generator. It doesn't reach the other side, though, actually. Put it on top. It's on the top of the hill. I'm gonna flatten it out slightly more. To like this level. Okay. That can cover that, and that can cover another side. Yeah, if we build a fence section here. Maybe that's too far over. Maybe I want it more like this. Yeah, I think that's too far. I can build it anywhere, though. I like it. I like that it's curved, kind of following like the curve of the island a little bit. That's fine. Maintenance post. If it's up on the hill, it can cover everything. Okay. We'll terraform more once we get the animals started in there, maybe. Oh, this moved weirdly too at some point. Not sure when that happened. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Why is that like that? What the hell happened here? Is it the power pylon? I think it's the power line that actually does that. It's weird that it was messed up before the power line went in, though. Something else at some point. Yeah, pylons erasing the mud is hideous. It really sucks. Alright. So that side's done, gyrosphere's done. I need another one of these. This one ended up under the ground somehow. Substantially so. I don't know why that little fence piece comes up every time I exit the decoration. Very weird as well. Okay. So this edge here is all pretty good. Push it a little more there. That's the gyrosphere track right there. Let's leave a potential gap here in case we decide we want to connect something through there at some point. Put in a ramp or something. Oh, I deleted a bunch of those rocks. That's annoying. The fuck? I don't know what I hit. Alright, seems fine. Alright. This will be in range of power, I think. If not, we can extend the fence a little further along. All right, we'll survey the updates to the pen here in a second, but first let's get out yield and fossils, extraction capacity. Okay, looks like we're getting close on that. Looks like we're done on that, probably. We can go start on berry right away. No, let's hold off. Let's do paths, because that's the whole point of hiring that person. Yeah, okay. So here's what we got. This is the Spinosaurid paddock. So gyro station here, loops around the lake. Oh, this bit here, no, it only overlaps when you're zoomed out. Okay, it doesn't actually overlap. And then, yeah, we have a little maintenance pod here to cover this side. We haven't put one in here for this yet. But we will. And, it should work for all three. Is this... Okay, this is power. Did we run out of power? No. Is it just... Okay, visual glitch. I don't know. Pachycephalosaurus. Are you happy now? You actually are happy. Cool. So they got down in the valley, so they're good to go. Let's take a quick peek. 19% cohab discomfort. Shared with Monosaurus and Nithomimus neutral on both. I think we might be able to sneak a trike in here. I might try it. Maybe sneak like a pair of trikes in there. Yeah. Okay, so that's about done there. What else do we need to do for this? Well, I guess we should take a quick peek at our amenities and our economy situation. We need a restroom, we need a hotel. We're good on shelter. Satisfaction rating 100% with 99% coverage. That's fine. So that can all wait mostly for when we put in the Spinosaurids to sort that out. Maybe this just goes like right here. This little corner. Right there? I think I like that spot. Which of course deletes the stuff around it. To my eternal chagrin. Is that the right word for that? Maybe. And then a hotel. So, Hypsilophodon has an undiagnosed ailment. Why am I not surprised? I want to look at one of the adult needs here. So they have... I mean, everything is good. They can breed, like, as much as they want, actually. I'm just thinking about this kind of unpleasing look here with these other terrain types. I think I can really just cypress this all up. Some of that I did on purpose, trying to feather in, like, the plants here, but... it doesn't look good no matter what I do with it exactly, so... And then will they keep breeding? I mean, it seems like it. Okay. And then there's the consideration of if there's another small animal I could put in here with them at some point. I don't think there were any other ones that were wetland, though. Rabies. Okay. Oops. 1 minute. Sure. I could consider like humble, social on like the irritators, but I just don't know if it's worth the effort. Because the babies aren't guaranteed to have it. If we're definitely breeding the babies, then like who cares? Maybe social. Maybe I do social. But does that even matter? Because like... No, I think social does work. Because I think that does affect the scaling rate. So having some social is still a net gain, I believe. Okay, but I can't do it right now anyway. Well, let's get a maintenance post on the other end here. Okay, I mean, a lot of that is already
easy to
kind
forget
of
about the threat of
covered.
disease when you're staring at giant teeth all day, but it's there and it's just as scary. Glad we're doing the research to help with that.
Mobile vet before he breaks out. Get in there. Maybe I should have sedated him right away. Maybe I should still sedate him, honestly. Capture team will get there before the vehicle does. Alright, and then, yeah, maintenance assigned to the thing. Okay. Now, I don't know if they're going to struggle to get down there. That's a problem for them for later. Maybe I should just put in a ramp now. But I don't want to. Okay. Other things we could use. Viewing towers, maybe. Platform, whatever. Baryonyx. Actually, let's do trike first. And then we're done on the fossils, and we can actually look at Eerie. So, for Irritator... Yeah, Svalbard with a nice red throat and crest. I really like the vibe of this male specifically. Maybe I'll put lifespan on these guys. Should I wait for the social gene? But we didn't do it yet. Let's do it. Let's start doing a little bit with gene manip just for fun, honestly. It gets boring not doing anything with it, even if we just end up doing the same shit. Does accommodating do anything, really? Maybe. Should I consider this? Because if the irritators have like a high comfort threshold, can I check that? Without synthesizing one directly? Like, does it actually tell you the comfort levels anywhere in this? I have a feeling they're going to have a bad comfort level. Because something about them has to, like, play into the irritator name. There's no way they would resist that, right? I'm going to guess they got like a 90% comfort threshold or something stupid. Like a Pteranodon or a Velociraptor. Let's try out accommodating. Which I don't know if we've ever bothered using in 3 here. Or is it even available if Fussy's not turned on? Does this even do anything? I honestly don't remember. Because I feel like if Fussy's not turned on, this is actually a dead node. It's just not removed from the tree. At least in 2, right? Maybe. Let's just try it. Let's just try it. Science. Whatever. It's fine. And then, yeah, hotels. So for the hotels, we had these funky hotels. Yeah, mothers get irritated if their babies aren't happy, but that's also just normally a thing, right? That's not particularly special to Irritator, whereas a high comfort threshold would be, especially combined with that other trait, but maybe that is all they did. Who knows? Okay, Swamp Hotel. It would be fun to put this over water. Don't know if I really have a good spot to do that. I'm thinking like right in here, but then we kind of block that. I see a potential problem here. Oh, maybe that's the rabies. Maybe that's actually... That's just the rabies. It's just the rabies. Don't worry about it. Ooh, I kind of like this. Another cliffside one. Looks like I'm maybe a little too close to that corner. Okay. Oh yeah, we gotta upgrade the rest of the paths here too. You're gonna be real fiddly. I don't want to like block the truck there too much because it seems it looks weird if I, you know. I mean, I could just run the path to the hotel straight through that truck. Because otherwise I can't get too close to this anyway. It's just a sand path, so it doesn't look too bad being a little zigzag. Alright, big sandy path everywhere. Use the bog so that we don't get any overlap on those trees there. It looks like the replacement here didn't mess things up too much, maybe? I don't remember if this was all cypress swamp before anyway. Some of it definitely wasn't. Okay, that seems like it was already bog. Okay, yeah, that seems fine. Okay, I like that I can't tell. There we go. Close, remove threat to guests. Okay, but it's already treated. What is the threat? Excuse me? Maybe it just hasn't gotten the message. Maybe I need to do a reboot? There's a resupply. Okay, it's a mystery. You know what? It's just a mystery. We don't know. Who knows how anything works? Well, I like the combination of the weeds there from the bog brush or whatever with these buildings. It's pretty good. It clips through some of the stuff a little bit here and there, but it's not too bad. All right, cool. That's 100%. 100%. How's the shelter holding up? 100%. Amenity coverage low, they said. It is, yeah, the hotel has pushed it enough. I'm going to wait until we got Spinosaurids in because we might want to put him down more. Right now it's going to want us to put it up by the hotel.
Starving dinosaurs are the very definition of...
Okay, this seems to have fixed itself.
Urgent problem. If you delay too much, you know, you might not like where they look for their next meal.
They literally, they're Hypsilophodon and they actually have food right there, Malcolm. I don't think they're going to break out and eat a guest. I think it'll be fine. Okay. Okay, comfort does work. Do I want to... How much do I... It is an interesting consideration. I'm gonna also do... Can we see their lifespan? Because the Spinosaurids sometimes have bad lifespan. $55.71 is pretty shit. So let's do this. I mean, I could do social. I have the mods for it. Whatever. They have a big pen. It's fine. Let's just get these going. We've dilly-dallied long enough on this. More Triceratops as well. Well, suboptimal, but I'm just going to do it because it's what's there. No worries, Primal Gamer. You go to all the Crimbo parties you want to go to. Is that like a Christmas himbo party? Or something? I'm going to choose to believe that, even if that's not what it is. 'Cause that's funny. Two Eries. Desired pop is 2. Yeah, I suppose since we're starting with 2 anyway, if we do decide we want more from these, we can always do another batch with social. We need to wait for this other stuff to finish before we can synth these. Whatever I want to believe. Good. Storm inbound, it seems like. Yeah. Oh, and it looks like they do want some shelter down here. A swamp bunker. Okay, fossils. 76 and 24 is complete. We'll do that on you. Baryonyx next. I'll do the 6. Hey, Cryo, welcome to the stream. Let's see. More attractions, maybe? Cruise and zipline. I don't really need those quite yet, but I think I might as well just do it. Just get it knocked out. Alright, well, let's see what happens in this storm. If you're with your girlfriend, you should be with your girlfriend instead of watching this stream. I will survive without you. Movement in the nest. Are the Hypsilophodons always born during a storm? I feel like it's always been like that. That's fair. Swinging by to say hi. I acknowledged. Okay, that one was quick, too, it seems. Great. Alright, irritators. So, I guess we'll start them just like here and go from there. On their location. I know Feather on the Hypsilophodon. It's appropriately retro because it's a novel animal. If it was feathery, it wouldn't really fit an aesthetic for like a JP novel build. So I get it. Even though the Baby Rex in Lost World does have feathers. Alright, there's that done. I can do my trike. So we're going to hatch, maybe we'll hatch 2 of these, let's say. 2 females, 93 skin specifically. I'll give them lifespan because they won't be breeding. I think that's fine. We'll see if we can sneak 2 of these in here without upsetting the Pachycephalosaurs. It's important science. Only Suko needs a fish feeder? Okay, that's a weird choice. I guess Suko is... I mean, okay. Correct me if I'm wrong on this. There was a study about Spinosaurus bone density, which was used to argue for Spinosaurus being semi-aquatic because they had very dense bones. And if I remember correctly, that same study found that Baryonyx was similarly dense, but Suchomimus wasn't, implying that Suchomimus was more of a land animal. Surely that's not where the feeder need is coming from, though. Surely, I don't really believe they've actually gone that in depth. Wait, is this already deep water? Oh shit, this is deep water already. I didn't even know the map would generate with deep water. Well, that's perfect. All the more reason for this to be the Spinosaur Lake.
Ah, the Irritator. The first skull of this species was actually modified by collectors before scientists got a chance to look at it. The scientists then named this dinosaur...
So they want wetland and cover, but then they'll need some barren mixed in too.
They learned the skull had been messed with. But Irritator by name, not by nature.
Alright, see you later, Cryo. You have a good night too. So what we'll do some heavy cypress swamp action. At least here at the start. Including the water. You can put them in the deep water, huh? That's actually surprising. Can I take the camera under the deep water without, or do I need to be looking at an animal specifically? No, I can. Okay, the trees are actually connected to the bottom of the lake. They aren't just like floating. They really don't look like they should be that deep in the water, though, with the way the branches droop. But I'm not going to complain about it. It's a vibe. Okay, and then we need some barren. Boulder wastes, rock strewn, snow plains. I think we'll do some rock like there. Yeah, actually, I quite like the idea of that. Like right at the base of this cliff. Okay.
Asset delivery confirmed.
Okay, so they hit comfortable at 50%. So they don't have a bad comfort threshold. I didn't need to make these extra chill. They actually are pretty okay. So I quite like this Eerie. He's going for a swim. Okay, I mean, hold on. I gotta. That's the screenshot right there. Hold on. With the lily pads? Dude, that's so good with the reeds in the background and the fog and the trees. Holy shit, that's art. Yeah, that ankylosaur though with the semi-aquatic thing was disproven. So as notable as that would be if it was in the game, there's a good reason for it to not be. It was like a Chinese ankylosaur. It had a weird name, I think. All right, let me save all the screenshot. That is possibly one of my favorite thumbnails of recent memory, that irritator with the lily pads and the reeds. Yeah, the snow brush inclusion is a surprising one. This is tainted again? Seriously? Why does this count as like a carnivore feeder? This feels like a mistake. Because there's not a single carnivore you can actually use with this, right? Like every carnivore would be a problem, I'm pretty sure. I mean, unless there is an animal that herbivore that can be infected. I don't know. Is that a thing? All right, let's pick the best two trikes, or we just take the one that's not intolerant. Maybe. I think I'm just gonna do the one. I might just leave it as one. I suppose, yeah, conceptually, the dinosaur encounter is an herbivore feeder. The only one in the game, because... But I mean, I guess. I could see the argument. It still feels weird to me, but I could see an argument there. Let's get a nest in for these fellas. These are large nest, surprisingly. Oh, we have an irritator nest. Wow, what makes it an irritator nest? I'm not sure. I'll put it right here. Oh, hidden from guests. Partially... Why does it sound like that? Why does it sound like a balloon stretching? What? I'm so confused. Oh, maybe it's because there's so much junk here. Maybe that's it. There's like a boat with a motor. Oh, you know what else we should do? We should put in some decorations. Because we should have... Are they blueprints, the decorations from the DLC itself? Like, how do these work? Ah, Badlands Set Deluxe Wetlands Pack. Yeah. Shacks. We could sprinkle some shacks around. Like if we have any... Okay, all the shacks sound like that. It's the wetlandy, like, building stuff. I guess. I guess it's supposed to be like creaking wood. Put a shack like right on this cliff. Perfection. What about a beach shack? Ooh, we could put a shack up here with this stuff. You know, it's like a ranger shack or something. If anybody's over there visiting, sure. Is this connected to a bunch of rocks? Weird. Wait, this is still, like, way high. There's the beach shack. Why did the lights flicker? Did they just turn off because, like, daytime is coming, maybe? Some little shacks scattered about does kind of, like, add a extra sense of life to things a little bit. Yep, that is Shaquille O'Neal in building form. Shaq's shack, you know? It's where he lives. High tide in this place is doomed. Yes, true. Alright, 1. Lone Triceratop.
Even the most casual of enthusiasts know of the Triceratops. Although primarily used for display and establishing dominance within their herd, those infamous horns...
Oh, they do have adult population requirement. Is it 3? Shit, I didn't think of that. Looks like it's probably 3. Two. Okay, it really looks like 3 on the UI. Alright, let's get, ooh, buried treasure. Fossils going. Yeah, we could try 3. We just got to keep an eye on the Pachycephalosaurs.
I'm more wary about delegating tasks than I'd like to be. However, I trust you with this one. Please don't make me regret that.
Okay, 20% with 3 neutrals. So, okay, I think...
More guests should generate more revenue.
Thank you, Dr.
which leads to
Dua.
more research. So let's increase our guest count.
Let's worry about that later. I think they nerfed the cohab mechanic. Because this still has a pretty decent leeway for how many Admonosaurs and Orthomimosaurs are in here, and for it being 3 species. It seems like... Maybe it's a little too early to say for sure, but it seems like it might be kind of chill. Let's get you some fiber over here, since you've decided this is a good place to live, I guess. It's a female only because it has to be. It could have been Lonesome George conceptually, even though it's a female skin. I don't care. To me, these sort of skins, these skins that kind of represent animal variants in the franchise should be male and female. Even though the Triceratops in the original park was bred female, we don't know that it was a female seen on screen. And there should just be a male equivalent anyway for the Lost World Trike, if nothing else, and there isn't. So their skins should just be available to both genders. It depends on the area of cohab. If the Trike shares a lot of territory, it might be harsher. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. That's a good thing to know, too. If it's literally, like, dependent partially upon the overlap, that's good to test specifically in this game. Anything else to research currently? I don't really think so. I could knock this out. What about in enclosures? We could knock out aviaries. And lagoons quick, just to have them ready to go. Only a minute? Sure.
Synthesis procedure complete. Incubation personnel.
Yeah, I think that would be good too, Primal Gamer, if there was a little bit more to that angle of cohab. Theoretically, this could be modded. Might be an interesting thing to look at, too, for a mod. I have a few other ideas in that direction, though, too, that I want to play with. What do we need aviaries and lagoons for? Just to have them. I like the idea of having Dunk in the park as like a catfish. Because, you know, it's like, you know, all this bayou shack buildings. I feel that there should be some fish. And then aviary, we do have wetland pterosaurs. So I think Geosternbergia was the one that was the most wetland demand. I may not put it in the park depending on whether or not we need it to meet like our star rating. We are at 3 stars already, which is kind of crazy, actually. We're at 100% of our income already? That's nuts. Yeah, Tyrannosaurus should like Monosaurus for the same reason Velociraptor likes Compy. I agree with that 100%. Because, like, the like species thing already confuses new players with scavengers. So, like, make the carnivores like their targeted prey items. If you're going to keep that, you know, angle of things killing each other in, but... I'm pretty sure Geosternbergia is a wetland pterosaur. Let me double check my notes. Where did I put my notes? That's not it. Those are Pokemon notes. Geosternbergia, Ketz, and Thanatos all have wetland, but Ketz and Thanatos barely have wetland, if I remember correctly, and Geosternbergia has a okay amount or something. I think the Ketz and Thanatos are like 7% wetland or something, really minor. And then Geosternbergia was like double digits. It might only have been like 11 or something low. So, we'll see. Fucking. Does intolerant matter on these? It doesn't, right? The only thing they're neutral with is the Pachycephalosaurus. This should still be fine. All right. So these guys are all intolerant. But it should be fine because, yeah, Pachycephalosaurus is the only thing they're neutral towards. So let's take, not the aggressive, of course. We could take these 2 intolerant long-lived ones and have a group of 3, I guess. Once the other thing is done. Yeah. Yeah, none of the herbivores like in barren or arid is a problem too. They feel underutilized a little bit. I think there's value in doing like a full overhaul for like species needs and cohab. Which is something I could look at. I know how to do it, but it is kind of a pain in the ass. Because it's a SQL database, so I'll have to go through and edit all the individual table entries and stuff. Actually, these fossils are almost done. Yeah, some animals definitely should be arid. Alright, some egg. Insert Land Before Time meme here for eggs. That is completed baryonyx. Process that there. Rest the logistics guy. And then, how much is Suko, I guess? We can look at that. A fat 9 on Suko. Well, alright. Anything else we should do right now? I guess once the fossils are done, we do the synth, and so there's not much point in doing anything else before then. Yeah. Yeah, the wetland feels like it's kind of tacked onto everything at random, which, paleontologically speaking, you can make an argument for, but... I think Pachycephalosaurids being barren would be good, because that is one explanation for their scarcity in the paleo record. If they're upland animals. Are you guys gonna bang? I don't have a ranger team in here, do I? They do have the desire for privacy, so that will also be a factor on there. Yeah, also just sauropods probably don't make sense as wetland animals in the sense of like a swamp, right? I mean, I guess in some cases they do die from getting like bogged down in mud, like in the, we know that. So they would be sometimes in like marshy areas, but I imagine they wouldn't want to live in a marshy environment, you know? The nest is, yeah, but it's not close enough to actually stop it. Because it's yellow. So yellow can still happen. It's just reduced chance. Let's see what, can we see the chance? Or do we need them scanned first? I think we need them scanned to see the chance. Yeah, they still have an 18% chance to breed. Alright, Trike 2 and 3 coming in now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be advised that our weather forecasts predict an incoming...
Ooh, animals rolling in mud would be a really cool animation thing to have. I agree with that.
...has been updated.
Oh no.
Tornado threat level.
Tornado threat level, you say? Intriguing. Well, we haven't had one of those yet. Alright, so the trikes are happy. How do everybody else feel? Pachycephalosaurus is still good. I saw a Ornithomimus at 93% because you are missing ground fruit and leaf, you say? You are way over here. All right. Welcome back to the stream, Cryo. Let's get the shelters open before we forget and we get obliterated by Twister. Okay, other things before then too. Let's look at our amenities situation. So yeah, some demand here, but a lot of demand down here by the gyrosphere. Do I want to put amenities in here? I mean, I honestly could wait and put them in somewhere else, like over here when I expand this way and I have more flat space. Because this is all kind of a downward slope. It's a little narrow. I don't think I want to do it. I think we'll wait. Yeah, the Desungaripterus thing was one of the things I mentioned in my my video on that, on pterosaurs. Making some of them feed directly from deep water. Disungariptor is having some sort of special diet because of its shelled prey favoritism. Okay. Let's get our scientists doing stuff too before shit gets too bad. So the trikes are good now. Baryonyx. Doing some mangrove papurana. Pump up the lifespan. I might as well put comfort on these because I have it at this point. Like, use what I got, right? All right, resting you. You know what? Let's put in one food. Just the food, though, because we have the contract for that. Let's get that done. So we will put this down here, maybe like right here. Does this... No, that is different levels. Okay. All right, let's set this up. Some white, some green, some yellow, and some white and orange. Okay, we're a little bit... Yeah, but I don't get enough green. I think we leave it alone. That's fine. Well, we got to fix the environment because it replaces the default environment underneath it every time. Because it is evil. I don't like the stuff clipping in. Why does that... Why did that lower the environment around it? Why did that do that? It didn't do that before. Weird. Mysteries upon mysteries in JWE3. Yeah, why will it not let me raise that? I guess specifically the marsh / bog just does that? I don't know. Well, the contract did complete. I'm gonna kill this delivery zone. Aesthetically, I don't like this. So I'm just gonna get rid of that. Groundwater terrain. Yeah, I guess that's kind of the idea, is it must be lowered. Electronic dance music has claimed a nest. All right, where's this twister coming in? I hear it. There it is. Yeah, that's some devastation, all right. I can't just start tranking these guys. There's too many. Yeah. I think we just got to grab maintenance and like get them right over here. Okay, he's already coming in. Go now, get in there, go. Okay, the rest of that doesn't matter. If the tornado wants to go that way, that's totally fine. Come on, man. You can do it. Fix the fence. You're right there. You're right next to it. Is he stupid? Is he broken? What is he doing? Okay, he did do it. It just took him forever. Eggs found? Hey, irritator eggs. 2 eggs. Okay, we got it. Danger to guess. Are you sure about that? The fence is in fact breached way down here. Technically. Okay. I mean, I think we're like kind of fine. All right. Baryonyx is. Hey, Mutasaurus, how's it going? We'll skip the aggressive. I assume that will still be a problem. Let's do the male as the non-large appetite one, I guess. Hatch the pair. Now, there were problems with the Spinosaurids and their children. There was something weird where I read this. I actually read somebody's research on this. It's like Suchomimus never kills babies, but Irritator and Baryonyx eat each other's babies or something like that. It's something weird like that. I think we're just going to breed them all and just see what happens because, well, if all their babies die, they might get mad. But we made them accommodating. Maybe they won't get mad enough that it matters. I might come to regret this, but this is what science is for, you know? I would like more irritators maybe, but we do, I mean, I guess they bred already. We don't really need more if they already bred. Yeah, maybe we wait. Let's do an expedition. Oh, movement and nest, medium 2. Might be like in Monosauruses or something. Jesus, I didn't mean to click all the way over there. Made a wetland themed restaurant for you, Primordial Swamp Cafe. Okay. I have a question, maybe. Did I already find it? No, wetlands themed restaurant. Okay, let's take a look at this. There's blueprints. Okay, that actually won't let me go to the workshop there. So I have to go here. I have to do one of these. What size is it? Muto. Because I think we need to know the specific size. I guess I can turn off the tag and then we don't need to know the size. Yeah, that works. Kill that. Primordial Swamp Cafe, you say. Oh, this will search all the words. I don't know if this will... Primordial's probably not used that much. Okay, there we go. We got it. Primordial Spa, Primordial Lodge, and the Swamp Cafe. Medium food. Okay. There we go. So we'll put this one in for our next restaurant we do. Or we could put it in here maybe and replace this one. Actually, I don't know if it'll completely fit there. Oh yeah, that was the Monosaur babies hatching. Missing pasture now. Yeah. Terrain texture blending would be sure be swell. Yeah, let's replace this one right now. Let's just do it. Let's get it in immediately. Because I don't want to forget about it. Alright, then we do one of these. Does this one not lower? Okay, this one doesn't lower. Let's do this one. All right, there you go. Look at all the people. I like the seating area in the back. That's very nice. Not the Elon Musk number. Wait, which thing was the Elon Musk number? Oh, nice. It's the Irritator Cafe. That's perfect, because this is the Irritator Gyrosphere. The, here, I'm going to move it. That way the front part there kind of lines up with the path. Otherwise, the, it overlaps most of the path in front.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome an
All right.
irritator to the park.
Oh shit, the Irritator's hatched. Fuck. Oh, and you got rabies? Okay, hold on. Step 1, rabies. We missed the babies. Well, there he is. She. The dad caught rabies immediately. Oh, that is... Speaking of rolling in the mud, I guess, huh? No, it's a really good amenity. I like the area in the back. That actually adds a lot to the vibe. Okay, dinosaur threat. That's fine. That'll be taken care of. Maybe. Will it? Danger to guests. Oh, is it because of the rabies attacks gyrospheres? I don't know. Okay. Or is the gate broke? Fair. That would do it. Oh, these both broke down. Okay. How do aquatic creatures catch rabies? How do any avian creatures catch rabies? Rabies is a mammalian virus. Yeah, I think the lack of like seating areas and most of the other amenities becomes much more noticeable in comparison, since this one has one. This actually feels more like a real restaurant as opposed to like a McDonald's. More of like a resort appropriate restaurant, you know? I will say the big footprint for it though does like make it not as good in a meta sense, but aesthetically it does track more with a resort, which I appreciate. Okay, so we're going to release some baryonyxes via airlift, which may eat the juveniles. So hopefully that's not a thing, but we'll just have to see what happens. All right, fossil check. I do the science, so you don't have to. Yeah, it could be mammal DNA spliced into the genome, but like, I don't think we have a single instance in the franchise of them ever, like, splicing mammal DNA into a genome, right? Like, none of the hybrids use mammal DNA, if I'm not mistaken. And then, like, none of the raptors from Jurassic World do. And then, obviously, you know, the original movie, it was frog DNA. And even in the novel, I don't remember if we ever see any of the... If we ever know any of the animals other than the frog DNA that's used to fill in the gaps, where it is filled with multiple different animals. But, like, there's no evidence that they've ever used mammals for anything. But rabies is kind of a JPOGism, so... A JWE you do. Fair point, actually. I didn't think about that. There are mammal genes in that. You are correct. True. Yeah, the bat gene. I remember bat. Okay. So yeah, everybody's good. Status check on the Pachycephalosaurus. Still good. Packies are still happy. I think we can consider that confirmed.
Transportation underway.
Okay, you need more Baron and more water, but you will find that.
Creating something amazing is a job made of
Breed a
100
second
small
generation
attacks.
dinosaur.
Here's one of those tests now.
I'll take it and ignore it, and it'll complete on its own eventually. And Monosaurus eggs, that's going to be kind of annoying. I might want to pull the plug on the Admonos breeding. They're a little... Oh, max herd population reached. Can't breed. Are you sure? Because you did breed just now. Maybe it counts the new eggs already. Could be a thing. Disease be affected by genome composition would be really interesting. You know, it'd be really interesting if there was a mechanic in the game that tied into how genes are completed in the film franchise. Maybe somebody should do a video on that. Hint, hint. But actually, I will add that to the video. I'll take a note. That's a good idea. I wasn't thinking about in terms of disease interaction. Can't find a pen. They don't exist. There's a pen. No, this was an idea I was thinking about actually. It goes beyond what we're talking about here with like the choice of DNA. It's like part of an overall idea I have for like a change to the game that I think would be really interesting. So I'm gonna do a video on it because it'll never actually happen, but I might as well make a video out of it. Yeah, it would be good. Yeah. Fish shouldn't get either, of course, yes. Well, we're getting close to being done here, but I would like to figure out if the berries are going to be a problem at any point. More boulder wastes there. I would like to keep the boulder waste maybe by the cliff edge as much as I can. Synapse in the game would have been susceptible to rabies. I think it's close enough you could just do it for gameplay purposes at least. Like, it's more justified than the other ones, so... I think that's something. Alright, some fossils. So far, no problems with the babies. So maybe they're safe. Maybe it's infrequent, the attacks? Could be that it's just... Because I think we saw maybe something like that before in one instance where, like, occasionally a baby would die from another carnivore, but it wasn't, like, constant. Well, we could start Oshiraptor. And Suko's nearly done. I'll have to figure out where I want to put the Ostroraptors. Large amenities are available. Large hotel is available. I like the hotel I have now. I think I'm going to keep using that one unless I have a reason to do large. I could do more staff upgrades maybe. We need 9 for that. I might do that.
Damage found, but I'm on it.
51 on the power. Did I do towers? I did, right? Oh yeah, we should be having some towers in here because we have some pretty substantial gaps in coverage. Let me... Natural Wetlands viewing platform. There we go. I was going to say, let me find a nice viewing platform, but no, I already have one pre-selected. Thank you for erasing my swamp. Yeah, that's a good appropriate look, I think, for the tower. Okay, so we should put in a few more, probably. I could put one in, like, over here. Ooh, like right there on the fence, specifically? I think I will do that. It's kind of way off on its own, but I think that's okay. Let's do... Maybe if I... Let's do this. Let's cut this. Run this down here. Whoops. This needs to be fixed. This is awful. The fact that every single thing I add, I have to go back through with the brush afterwards. This can't be intentional, right? This is a bug, right? I think I might ever see the shots from JWE1 come back. I feel like if they wanted to bring back the stuff from JWE1, they would have done it in 2 at some point. I feel like for whatever reason, they just don't want to bother. Which kind of sucks. It'd be nice to have the option to use those. I think that would be cool. Other places for a platform. We don't really... I mean, we do have, like... These guys right here kind of out of view, but I'm not going to bother putting another one in there. Putting one maybe here might be good. Another way to see the Spinosaurids, which are... A tower is somewhat optimal for them, in the sense that they don't really have anything that is too explicitly optimal. And then I could, like, consider putting one in over here, too, maybe. But I don't know if I... maybe, like, right here. But you know what? It's not too bad. I will say the natural paths do a good job of... kind of concealing when your paths are actually the worst. Let's take a quick peek at this. If we do brush, it doesn't highlight. Do any of these highlight? Yeah. Yeah, look how bad these paths actually are. Look at this mess. But since they got the blurred, somewhat blurred, like, natural edges, it doesn't look like the worst thing in the world when you connect it all up like this, which is good for the vibe we're going for here. All right. Movement in the nest. What do we got? Mud monosauruses. Yeah, the 5 death maps I feel like were an obvious thing to add back to JWE2. I don't know why they've never brought them back. The only thing I can figure is they're holding back the 5 deaths for like some sort of dedicated DLC. And they just never did it before the lifespan for JWE2 ended. And so... it's maybe an idea they still have in the back of their mind of like, we'll bring these back and make people pay for them, which is why they never bothered bringing them back before now, or like at all. right? I do think it would be fun to have like a JP era multi-island campaign, just because I'm a big fan of, you know, the classic era of the franchise. I think that would be neat. This is still just bugged. Well, I think we'll call this episode here. It looks like for now the irritators are safe, so that's great. So yeah, until next time. Exactly an hour. They don't really work in this game? Well, I mean, they could be... Why? Well, they would work. They'd just be a little underwhelming, right? Like, what do you mean? Pina's way smaller than the Azores? I guess maybe that's a point of contention, is like, is it even possible to build a functional park on Pina? But scale it up a little bit. Scale it up by 25%. That should be trivial to do. I don't know. Comfort is 88%. Oh, because this one is the one with the bigger problem. Well, I think we're gonna wrap up the stream soon. That'll be the last episode we record tonight, because I don't want to start another one right now. I will do a little bit more like maintenance design stuff. I'm gonna Cypress up this whole pen, I think. I'll just go for it. I mean, they would be pretty samey, but there's still an element of nostalgia for it being the 5 deaths. I would prefer, to be clear, I would prefer they redesign them, bring back the 5 deaths, and actually make them have some different biomes, which you could do because, you know, we have Redwood Sorna, which we've never had like a good Redwood Sorna map ever. So you could extrapolate that and have a couple of them be temperate and, you know, do something with that. Make Isla Pena like a volcanic wasteland, kind of. Like, you can do stuff with that. There's enough ideas to that. You can make it work. And then make them part of a campaign. Like, I'd be down for that. I just think they should be in the game in some form, and the easiest way to do it would be to just port them back in. But that doesn't mean that's the only way you can do it, in my mind. All right, there's our mud pit. We'll hasten the vehicle. Wait, are they blocked or something? No, they're moving. I thought they might be blocked and not functioning because of the rocks back here, but seems like it's fine. Okay, ratings check. 71% on appeal. This park is going to be done quickly. Quickly enough that I don't think we get in everything that I even wanted, like at a minimum. This sucks. Like, if you were going to do this with 30 animals for, like, the full JWE2 challenge mode experience, this would be like... How many animals are actually in this park right now? We're 71% of the way on appeal. We got a good mix of, like, tiers of animals. $68 animals. 68 animals is 71% total appeal. Call it 1-to-1, 68 to 68. which means for 100% appeal, we would need 100 animals. And if you did that as 30 species, you would have 3 to 4 animals per species. And that's it. That's crazy. Yeah, Dino-Kairos would finish the park. Also, income tax kicked in like an hour ago. It should have kicked in way, way, way before this. Got our work cut out for us making this not suck. I'm going to make more than 2 enclosures. I at least want to get all the deep water animals in this park. Like, because I am going to upload the completed park to the workshop. So I want to meet some sort of minimum criteria based on concept for the park as well. Even if we 5-star it in one more episode, like... Well, it won't be one more episode because we do need 5 more animals. This right here is an artificial difficulty thing. This is the only reason star rating is based on number of species, right? Because we would 5-star this with like 8 animals. 9 animals maybe, if it wasn't for this requirement. Yeah, Spino is going to be in the park. This is just an artificial roadblock. That's all this number is. This number exists because they said the game is too easy. We need something to slow it down a little bit. And it just became this. And that sucks. Because this is the least interesting of all 4 of these numbers. This is a nothing number. Also, we're on a 25% appeal penalty right now. So if it wasn't for that, we would also be done. Crazy. I mean, Dino-Kairos and Spino can both be in the park. Nobody's the star. It's a collaborative effort. Yeah, hard on Evo 2, yeah. Jurassic's 30. Like 12 is it's not difficult, but it is the only thing, like, out of these are also completely trivial, right? So this is like baby mode, toddler mode, baby mode. Like, there's like easy difficulty, normal, and then easy. But it's the only one that actually acts as any kind of roadblock to the park essentially not auto-completing itself. So, do we have any other... We don't really have any other existing lakes. So we can put in like an exhibit like over here or something. And then something like over this way. Maybe I'll put like maybe I'll build like an Ostroraptor exhibit down here. Then like we put in Spino over here and then like Dino-Kairos over here or vice versa. Because then I don't know. I don't really need to do anything with the back part of this island so much. Oh, there's water here. But it's really far away. I could get the Hyperloop. Get the Hyperloop in here. Oh, I do want to try and build a zipline exhibit too. I think what we do, we put like Ostro here. We build over to here. We try to zipline across this gap to this raised section. And then we make this the Dino-Kairos area. Down below under the zipline, maybe? Or even zipline to the mountain and zipline from the mountain to there. I like that idea. I like a double zipline. I think that's fun. I don't think we'll do a theme for that enclosure because Homalocephaly... Was Homalocephaly... Yeah, it's not wetland. What was my... Who did I want in this specifically? Oh yeah, I was gonna put in. I was thinking about the hybrids, the two aquatic hybrids, Spinoceratops and Spinoraptor. And then if we put in Spinoceratops, we can have Sinoceratops. Because Sinoceratops looks like a hippo, and it kind of makes sense in a wetland. It matches the vibe. Can we do Dinochirus plus Spinoceratops together? Like, is that allowed? Because I'm never going to use these hybrids, and they fit the theme, so it's a chance to, like, use them once, essentially. Okay, so that should work. Yeah, I think I want to do Dinochirus, Sinoceratops, Spinoceratops together for the second herbivore enclosure, and maybe that's it. And then we do Ostro, we do Spinosaurus plus Spinoraptor in an enclosure. And that gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more animals to get to 13 animals. I would like to at least get to 15. Pyroraptor, maybe. Dimetrodon. That would be 15. It does sound like a disgusting herbivore enclosure. Putting one of the best animals with two of the worst? That's comedy or something. I think I will do it, though. The other thing we need to do is test the amenities at some point. So when we finish this park, one thing I want to do is take a version of this park and then make it shit by giving it the wrong amenities for everything, maybe. I mean, that might be really tedious at the end of it to do. Well, maybe we'll still do it. You wouldn't mind this park having only 12? I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I think I'm going to do at least 15, though, because I think it should at least have the deep water animals universally. I don't know. It kind of doesn't matter. We'll see. We'll see if I get bored. I guess. Having it be relatively small scale since it's the first. I mean, there's some logic to that, sure, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see how it turns out. 59 of 60. We do need power. Eight of 9. I'm gonna queue up the power research before we end the stream. Might as well. Okay, anything else I should do before... Oh, yes, we needed restrooms and another hotel.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, 100%. Oops. I think putting one here. Perfect. Okay. 81%. Jeez. Wait, I don't know if that's updated. I think it is, right? Would I rather the Destoris Rex or Radow from Monster Hunter Wild? I don't know what that is, so I can't say. Yeah, no problem. I'm happy to use anybody's stuff they want to contribute. I think it's fun, and I think this is actually a pretty good design. So, doubly so. Where else are we gonna put a hotel? Maybe we put one on the far end down here too. Oh God, what did I hit? Yeah, like right here. Catfish is probably on the menu, right? Seems likely. All right. Coming together. It's a vibe. All right, I think we'll call it there for tonight. I think probably one more stream of this park and it's probably done. Maybe. Because it is kind of, we're definitely at the part now where we just put the gas pedal on making dinosaurs, so. I think that'll at least be the plan to try and finish it up in one more stream next weekend. Got 2 in the can for this week, and that's probably the new upload schedule going forward because there's a lot more fiddling downtime on these park builds than there is on like JW2 style park builds. So I'll catch you guys